Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. Hari Bol. So today is Wednesday, 12th of January 2022, and this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by His Grace Sukadeva Prabhu. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Her Grace Abhi Mataji. We also have some news, as you know. You may have heard that our wonderful cow, Godavari, passed away day before yesterday. In the barn with all the devotees surrounded her, very peacefully passed away. Yet there is it is said that she was the oldest cow here, born on 24th of November 1997. She passed away at the very ripe age of 24 years. Godavari was very much seen as the grandmother of the herd, and it was clear to us that she truly cared and loved and looked over at the other cows and bulls with great affection. Never one to be pushy, she was ever so gentle with us all and would take much delight in overseeing the other cows and bulls getting their fair share of food when someone would come to treat them with various vegetables. Gomata Godavari ki. So in that regard, there is a ceremony today, a farewell ceremony in the Goshala at 9:45. Devotees are requested to partake in this farewell ceremony. Okay, shall we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita? In a letter to Rameshwar Prabhu on 1st of January 1975, he says, if we simply speak nicely to a person and try sincerely to get him to take the book, he will take it. Why we should adopt unfair means? We should not take anything which will create a bad impression or make us unpopular. People are after these books. They are hankering for them. We don't need to take cheating method. I never had to use any cheating method when I first began. I simply presented the real thing, basically and practically speaking. Everything that is done sincerely for Krishna's satisfaction is perfect. But we have to be very, very careful in our dealings with others so that they will not take the wrong view. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimate Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vindaye Tulsi Devyai, Vyai Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Shri Vindaye Tulsi Devyai, Priyaye Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Srimate Tulsi Maharani Vinda Devi ki.
Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen Christian souls. Vancha kalpa turupyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavinebhyo Vaishnavyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrindaki Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtanya Sadahari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than a straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in a matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to mere imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prem Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Menam Kanvandam Maravindadalayataksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Kandar Agom Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Andani yasa sakale Kriya vriti manti Vasyanti bhakti kayanti Chiram jaganti Ananda chinmaya sadhu Jala vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Vandamui Sabadana Mate Vandamui Sabadana Mate Yanhara Prasade Bhai Hey Bhavato Diya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoi Jaha Hoi Te Krishna Prapti Hoi Jaha Hoi Te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Te Koriya Kya Ana Koriya Mane Yasha Arana Kariya Mane Yasha Sri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Ye prasade pure sabasha Ye prasade pure sarvasha Jakudano dilo ye Janme janme Prabhu say Jakudana dilo ye Janme janme Prabhu say Adipya Gyan Rite Prakasita Adipya Gyan Rite Prakasita Prema Bhakti Yaha Hote Abhijabe Nasa Jate Prema bhakti yaha hoite abhija vinasha jate. Avere gai jahara charita. Vere gai jahara charita. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Prabhupada Lokeda Jivana Srila Prabhupada Lokeda Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Joya Devmore Parachaya Ha 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 Prabhu Kora Joya Devmore Parachaya Ebeja Sukha Suptavana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Adu Pade Loilo Sharana Sila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jai Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Vani Pracharine Nivishesa Shunyavadi Pachachate Zatarine Jai Prabhupada Ajay Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gauranga Jai Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Jai Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Hey Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jai Radha Gokulananda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare Hare.
Sada, stay with him. Right, no.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Radha Gokulananda Shirade Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radhe Haribo Go to Haribo. Hit it harder.
Jai Sri Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Panch Tattva ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa, Pariragavacharya Statara Sri Sri Madhavai Charan Bhaktivedanta, Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariragavacharya Statara Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami, Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gaura Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj ki jai, Sat Goswami ki jai, Panchatattva Makam Krishnam, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kund, Radha Kund, Giri Govardhana ki jai, Sri Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Sri Mayapur Dham ki jai, Mayapur Ganga Maya ki jai, Jamuna Devi ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Sri Tulsi Maharani ki jai, Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Bhaktivedanta Manor ki jai, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. All glories assembled devotees, all glories assembled devotees, all glories assembled devotees, all glories to Lotus Sri to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Intensifying. Yes. Ki jai. Sukadev Prabhu ki jai.
Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhan Hari. Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhan Hari. Yasodanandana Rajarandaranjana Yasodanandana Rajarandaranjana Jamuna Tiravarna Chari Tiravonachari Virat Madhava Kunja Vihari Virat Madhava Kunja Vihari Govindana Vallabha Girivardhan Hari Govindana Vallabha Girivardhan Hari Yasodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Yasodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Jamuna Tiravonachari Jamuna Tiravonachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Om Vishnu Pada Bhagavansa Parivakacharya Astottara Sadashi Shrimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Anandika Vaishnava Ki Jai Namacharya Sri Hasdaka Ki Jai Friends of God, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Sri Sri Gauramat Bindaki, Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki, Shivan Dhavan Dham Ki, Sri Bhayapur Navik Dham Ki, Ganga Jamuna Mai Ki, Bhakti Devi Tosi Devi Ki, Tamaveda Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai. Gola Premanandi, all glories to the Summit devotees, all glories to the Summit devotees, all glories to the Summit devotees, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 3, Text number 18. This is a very famous verse for those who are Bhagavatam scholars, which I'm sure you all are. I'm in the association of very good devotees here this morning, so you have to excuse me for my, if my tooth falls out while I'm speaking, don't worry too much about it, because I had a dental issue, but it should be okay. I had to be detached from this body, you see, because I'm now 66 years old. Oh, no, I'm 65. When you're my age, you realize, but now you're young, you cannot understand. You can try to intellectually understand what it's like to be 65 when you're, when you're 20, 21, but you cannot know it until you're there. Although I think, is it not a fact that some sadhus, they'll know. They know everything. We speak about birth, death, old age, disease, and about the sadhus who realize this topic. They actually know it very well. So, which text are we on now? 18. Taravaha Kim na jivanti bastraha kim na swasantyatu. Sorry, how would I pronounce this? And then do yuta afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Swasant yuta na kadanti nam mehanti kem grame pashavo pare taravaha kim na jivanti vashtaraha kim na swasantyuta na kadanti na mehanti kim grame pashavo pare. Bolo. Vasaha kim svasanti yutaha nakadanti nagananti kim grame pashavo pade tavaha kim navjavanti vastaha kim nasvasanasvata nakadanti namhanti kim yavo veshavo pare. Marriages. Taravaha kim najvanti Vashvata kim svasvarasvata nakranti najvasanti kim gurame pashavo pare. Tarvaha, the trees. Kim, weather. Na, do not. Jivanti, live. Bhashtaraha, bellows. Kim, weather. Na, do not. Swasanti, breathe. Uta, also. Na, do not. Kadanti, eat. Na, do not. Mehanti, discharge semen. Kim, whether grame in the locality, Pashava, beastly living beings, Appare, others. Translation, do the trees not live? Do the bellows of the blacksmith not breathe all around us? Do the beasts not eat and discharge semen? Please repeat. Do the trees not live? Do the bellows of the blacksmith not breathe? All around us do the beasts. Do the beasts not eat and discharge semen? The materialistic purport by Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Manor Prabhupada. The materialistic man of modern age will argue that life, or part of it, is never meant for discussion on theosophical or theological arguments. Life is meant for a maximum duration of existence, for eating, drinking, sexual intercourse, making merry, and enjoying life. The science, the modern man wants to live forever by the advancement of material science, and there are many foolish theories for prolonging life to the maximum duration. But the Srimad Bhagavatam affirms that life is not meant for so-called economic development or advancement of materialistic science, for the hedonistic philosophy of eating, mating, drinking, and merrymaking. Life is solely meant for tapasya, for purifying existence, so that one may enter into eternal life just after the end of human form of life. The materialists want to prolong life as much as possible because they have no information of the next life. They want to get a maximum comforts in this present life because they think conclusively that there is no life after death. This ignorance about the eternity of the living being and the change of covering in the material world has played havoc in structures of modern human society. Consequently, there are many problems multiplied by various plans for modernized man. The plans for solving the problems of society have only aggravated the troubles. Even if it is possible to prolong life more than 100 years, advancement of human civilization does not necessarily follow. The Bhagavatam says that certain trees live for hundreds of thousands of years. At Vrindavan there is a tamarind tree. The place is known as Imlitala, which is said to have existed since the time of Lord Krishna. In the Calcutta Botanical Garden, there was a banyan tree said to be older than 500 years, and there are many such trees all over the world. Swami Shankaracharya lived for only 32 years, and Lord Chaitanya lived 48 years. Does it mean that a prolonged life of the above-mentioned trees is more important than Shankaracharya or Chaitanya? Prolonged life without spiritual value is not very important. One may doubt that trees have life because they do not breathe. But modern scientists like Bosch have already proved that there is life in plants. So breathing is no sign of actual life. The Bhagavatam says that the bellows of the blacksmith breathes very soundly, but that does not mean that the bellows have life. The materialists will argue that life in the tree and life in man cannot be compared because the tree cannot enjoy life by eating palatable dishes or enjoying sexual intercourse. In reply to this, the Bhagavatam asks whether other animals like dogs and hogs living in the same village with humans do not eat or enjoy a sexual life. The specific utterances of Srimad Bhagavatam in regard to other animals means that persons who are simply engaged in planning a better type of animal life consisting of eating, breathing, and mating are also animals in the shape of human beings. A society of such polished animals cannot benefit suffering humanity, for an animal can easily harm another animal, but rarely do good. Om Jnanatirandasya Gananjana Jalagaya Chakshushrumalatam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Tabitam Jena Bhutale Swamrupagramayam Dharanti Svapadantikam Namo Jabala Gurvada Gurle Shmari Shurika Govinda Swami Namo Jabala Gurvada Gurle Shmari Bhattavada Swami Janamane Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pichanine Niveshesha Shanivari Vastatari Siddharine. Jai Srila Prabhupada Jagat Guru Save the entire world. What a wonderful purport, because Prabhupada has this unique ability. Not exactly unique, but in some senses in modern times, to bring the modern world to the Vedas. This was Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also very much was in that line of trying to marry the modern world with the words of the Vedas. And here we can see in Prabhupada's purport, everything is very precisely put in contemporary terms so we can understand the significance of the Vedic texts and how they apply to this day and age. He's referring here to modern man trying to extend life to the maximum, thinking that by extending life, the duration of life, one will be able to perfect somehow or other that will make life better. And he points out here Shankaracharya only lived for 20 odd years, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu 48 years, and I think Jesus Christ something like 35 years. So it really doesn't matter about the duration of life, but rather what impact someone might have on life and how they might influence society in good ways. And currently we see the foolish Darwinian philosophers, because Prabhupada speaks here how society has been changed by this kind of approach, that by tinkling with material energy and adjusting it accordingly, life will improve. And Prabhupada points out not necessarily. I mean, it could do. We're not decrying all aspects of modern scientific approaches. In fact, some of it's very good. And actually, they kind of shoot themselves in their own foot, if you like, because all their approaches to scientific research, when they delve deeper and deeper into it, it only reveals more complexity. And when we have complexity, one can assume intelligence, isn't it? Whenever you get complex systems, we must assume there must be intelligence behind that. So the intelligent design movement, which I harp on about quite a lot, the work of particularly James Torr, Michael Behe, and Jonathan Wells, to name a few, are very good because they're all scientists in biology, physics, chemistry, and they analyze life, and when they delve deeply into life, they see the patterns, and they conclude there must be an intelligent design. So, in fact, the arguments given by the Darwinian philosophers, or should I say, rather, that before Charles Darwin came onto the scene, the atheists had no real argument to give against God. And if you analyze that, it's a fact. what could they say? Of course, in the Bhagavatam, in the Bhagavad Gita, there is a study of people that thought materially, but it wasn't really elaborated upon. And also, the only other argument they could give is that there was no God, but rather there was one energy, and we're all part of the energy, and there's no specific personality who's in charge of that energy. So that was the only argument they could give, which was very strong in India, of course, but not so much in England. But later, some of the yogis went to India, didn't they? And they started this kind of thought, and it became very popular. Interestingly enough, there was one. He's this gentleman. His occupation was a crime writer, not a crime writer, but a crime solver. And he was giving an interesting talk about if something occurs in a crime and there's no evidence of how that crime took place, you have to then study, well, how did it happen? What happened before, and what was the consequences after the crime? So they kind of look into, for instance, a relative of the person who might have committed the crime. They look into the bank balances and the history of that person, what they did, what their relationship was like before with this person that died, and after the person died, what was the consequence? For instance, they got a big insurance payout, they might get suspicious. So when crime takes place, there's an analysis of things before and of things afterwards. So the point is, I'm making that there's a time slot when Prabhupada came to America, which was very ripe for bringing out Krishna consciousness in so many ways, because the whole theme of yoga was there, the whole theme of higher consciousness. And also one could argue, this gentleman argues that, for instance, the coming of Jesus Christ, before he came, the Romans came, and they actually annihilated a lot of, or rather didn't annihilate, but they paved the way for communication, because they bought roads, there was writing, you could then write on paper, and they had so much technology. So before Jesus Christ came, before the Romans came, none of this was available. But after the Romans came, and they were also very flexible, because they were not necessarily into the idea of annihilating other religions. They let people be, and like that. And so they facilitated what I'm saying. So a certain time period facilitates certain spiritual events, like the Romans coming, preparing the way because of their technology, because of communication and so on and so forth. Roads, empires were built. When the Roman Empire was so extensive, communications took place very easily throughout the empire. So when Jesus came at that time, communications could take place and the message could be spread. What to speak of Srila Prabhupada? When you think back on the 60s and 70s, it was a wonderful time. Technologies were just beginning. And as well as that, the thoughts of yoga were there. And so Prabhupada came in a very right time. And as technology has developed through the internet systems, we can see that it's very easy to spread Krishna consciousness now, much more so than what it has been previously. So modern technology and modern thinking that we are this body and we have one life, and then after that life it's all finished. Well, that's okay, but intelligent men, naturally, man is a rational animal because God is very rational. He sets out plans everywhere, and therefore, because we are part of God, we are also rational, and we think in various ways. So you may find some atheistic, demoniac people trying to influence us and make us think in certain ways, but I don't think they're going to be that successful, because it is the nature of a living being to be independent and an independent thinker. That independence has been given by Krishna himself, who is the super soul in the heart. I mean, he allows you complete independence. He doesn't really get in the way, he just facilitates your needs. So no demons may try to brainwash you, but ultimately it will not be successful, because ultimately who's the supreme intelligence in our heart? That is the Paramatma. He is giving us knowledge, he's reminding us of what we want, he's facilitating so many things, and if we want to turn to him, he will tell us how to come to him as well. So the demons may have their plans for extending their great empires and influencing us, but it will not work actually ultimately, because they are not the supreme consciousness, although they think they might well be, because if they believe in Darwinian philosophy, they'll think they're the top of the evolutionary tree. So like that. So do the trees not? I'm going to go to my notes now, otherwise I go on and I forget what I want to say, and I think I made some nice points here, and I always forget to go on to them because I go on about other things. So let me continue on with this. So the materialistic man of the modern age will argue that life, or part of it, is never meant for discussion on theosophical or theological topics, Prabhupada says. So the purpose of this verse really is to show us the value of human life, which is to cultivate spiritual consciousness and to solve the real problems of life. This is the real purpose and the real drive of this purport. Now, Adhyatmik, Adhibhautik, Adhidevik. Miseries of the mind, misery of living entities inflict upon us, miseries of nature, these things we're all experiencing: birth, death, old age, disease. Prabhupada says it over again in his purports. The purpose of life is not to act like polished animals. Foolishly, though, unfortunately, the consciousness is mistaken by the material body and is compelled to follow the dictates of the senses of mind and artificial intelligence, causing likes and hates, attraction, repulsion. This is clearly spoken about in the Bhagavad Gita by Krishna. Purushaha prakriti stohi mukti prakriti yaganam karanam guna sangaisya sat asat yoni yanmashu. The living entity in material life thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil among various species. So Krishna, Bhagavad Gita is a great science. Krishna, if you look at Bhagavad Gita, it's actually full of science. It's full of Krishna conscious science, what this world is, what the body is, how it works, so on and so forth. So our bodies, if we want to become liberated, we have to become liberated from likes and dislikes, honor, dishonor, and all the dualities. When we interact, automatically these things try to act within us. We like this kind of person, we don't like that person. We like the look of that person, we don't like the look of that. Automatically, as you know in your own life, whenever you meet someone, these things crop up, and you have to bypass that type of action of the natural way the body tries to act, and you have to go beyond it using your intelligence and see the real person within and what that real person's values are, and so on and so forth. It probably is the case that that person is also equally conditioned in many ways, but these sadhus or the Vaishnava devotees, they are not so conditioned. They live their life in a different way. So it is said, Satsanga tyage Vaishnava chayasti sangi eku asulu. You should give up associating with non-devotees and try to associate as much as possible with advanced devotees. This can be done in a number of ways, of course. We associate with devotees through our personal association with our friends and associates, and we do service together. We hear from sadhus. Fortunately, because of the internet, we have access to so many sadhus, isn't it? I mean, just go on YouTube. How many sadhus do you want to hear? You can pick your sadhu, anyone you like. It's fantastic, actually, because before that, what could we do? You know, you have live broadcasts going on, whether you like with and on, whether you, like I said before, different branches of a tree, whatever branch you like, connect to. All these different branches, they look slightly different. They might speak differently on different topics, but ultimately they're connected to the trunk of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's tree, and ultimately they are on this huge branch connected to Prabhupada. But they might also be connected to some of Prabhupada's godbrothers. Well, you know, it's your choice. You can choose who you want to follow, because after all, this is a very broad church, not only in Vedic culture, but also Christianity and Muslim thinkers, and so on and so forth. So yeah, you can connect to any of these people and you can hear. Now, by hearing from them, by practicing and by associating with devotees and by hearing from your spiritual master, who is your Diksha Guru, Diksha, Shiksha, no difference. There's the same message being taught. So you can have one Diksha Guru, and that Diksha Guru may be your predominant Shiksha Guru, or he may not be so predominant, he may or may not be. Generally it is the case that they are, but it may not be the case, because there are many cases where a Diksha Guru, for some reason or another, he cannot guide the disciple further, or so on and so forth. So great facility is given. Knowledge is coming about in so many different ways, and interestingly enough, actually Srila Swami, one of Prabhupada's godbrothers, gave an analogy once that there was one author. He was a very famous journalist, and but for some reason there was some political difficulty, and he wrote something which disturbed some of the authorities, so he had to disappear underground. But he kept writing in different journals, and people were looking for this person, and they recognized, I can see that this person who's written this article is that person, because everyone has a particular style. So you can detect someone by their writing and so on and so forth. So, and he gave the example of that in conjunction with Satguru, pure devotee. He comes in many different forms, and sometimes Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur or Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, he'd be speaking to someone, and then afterwards he would say, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he just came, but I didn't realize it at the time. So Om Tad Vishnu Paravam Satas Pasanti Suya Divya Chakshu. You have to be open to divinity. Divinity is descending in many different ways, so we have to be open to him. So the whole idea of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, is to call on the Lord to descend upon us and to enlighten us. And in fact, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Maharaj says in his 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita that 3 verses are particularly the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita. One is the verse when he mentions that the devotees like to speak about Sri Sri Radha Gokunanda, Sitavan Lakshman Hanuman, Sri Sri Gauranitai Ki Jai. One aspect of these 3 verses is when devotees get together, they want to discuss and talk about Krishna together. That's one aspect, and that's the first one of the verses. The other verse is that Krishna within the heart, he in Tesam Sadatam Yuktanam Bhajatam Padi, by I will give you the intelligence by which you can come to me, he says. So hearing and chanting Shrimvatam Svakata Krishna Punya Savaram Kirtana Ridyanto Survadane, I will give you the intelligence. If I am there in these verses, if they're properly heard and chanted, then you will get to understand them in the association. And the third part of the verse, the other verse is that I will destroy the ignorance in your heart. So these three things, hearing and chanting together about Krishna, then Krishna will enlighten us within, and then he will destroy these anathas, anatanavriti. This is the thing. First of all, was it bhajan? You get faith, then you associate with devotees, then you do bhajan, and then anatanavriti. All these scientific processes take place, and this is actually working if you do that nicely. So these three, this is the essence of devotional life, because divinity descends into one. And it is not an intellectual process, it is one of devotion. It is one of realizing. You cannot intellectualize your way out of not being influenced by the modes of nature. You have to just be free from it, and Krishna will free us from that. So it's very much a question, actually, of although we make endeavors to come to sattvic mode and do all our bhakti, Srila Govinda Swami used to say, what bhajan can you do? What sadhana can you do? What austerity can you do? It is all due to mercy. And this is actually there in Bhaktivinoda Thakur's songs, Narottam Das Thakur's songs. You will constantly see, if you study their songs, it is all based on mercy. But we have to make endeavors. And you can see our acharyas, they're very regulated. Prabhupada was very regulated in his life. And like, your Shivan Swami, we know Shivan Swami because he is part of this yatra, my daughter's Nisha, and my friends here. He's very regulated in their life, and we don't know much. They're very regulated, very committed, and they stay in certain patterns, and so that's what we have to do. If you're not that way inclined, but not just by that, but also that will not get you to the spiritual world. And this Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Maharaj says in his comments in Bhagavad Gita, that devotional life is not just a matter of sattvic, it is beyond sattvic, it is mercy. So this is a fact. Actually, it is thought that by those who follow Hindu Dharma or Vaishnava Dharma, that the very good argument, regarding this human form of life, I'm going to go on to that, is a very interesting point here. Because we have this problem, we got this material body, right? Isn't it? Is there a problem for you, or is it not so much of a problem? Maybe you don't think it's a problem, I don't know. Huh? It's a big problem, but in that sense, it's a blessing, because it's a big problem, but it's a gift. So, what to do with this gift? Now, people give the argument. Someone might give the argument that why are you announcing so quickly? No, just it'll come in time, isn't it? People give that, and this I was reading recently the story of Prajapati Daksha, because Narad Muni was heavily chastised by Prajapati Daksha because he sent his sons. Because his sons had to progenate the whole universe. Now, before they had to do that sacrifice, he wanted his sons to be trained up by sadhus. Because this is Varnashram. Before you get married, you have to become brahmachari a little bit, isn't it? That you at least spend some time in that ashram. Then you can properly have your mind fixed up. Otherwise, you might get waylaid. So, this idea of you get some training done first. So Prajapati Daksha sent his sons, who he wanted to progenate the whole universe. And Narad Muni came along and said, what are you guys doing? No, you should just renounce. So he did. This happened, and he trained the sons. He was speaking to them about devotional life and Krishna consciousness, and ultimately how one should don't bother about trying to adjust to this life, just renounce it. So anyway, because of the association of Narada Muni, these sons actually followed him. So therefore, Prajapati Daksha had more sons. He was a little agitated, but he tolerated, and he had more sons, and he sent his sons, and Prabhupada makes a point in the purport. It's not that he didn't send his sons back to the ashram again. He did, because he knew the importance of this training. You'd think he'd say, oh, well, that's happened once, I won't send them there again. But no, he sent them back into the ashram, and Narada Muni again came on, and he again preached to these sons to, I'm going to tell you what Prajapati did, to renounce life. And of course, by the association of such a sadhu as Narada Muni, they became influenced, and they again, and Prajapati Daksha at this time became rather frustrated with Narada Muni. You know, the pastime, he actually cursed him that he would not be able to stay in one place, and Narada Muni took that curse as a great blessing, because he didn't want to be hanging around in one place too long. I mean, for instance, I've been in my house. When I was a child, we were always moving. My father was always buying and selling houses. We never stayed in one house very long, which was quite nice. But now I've been in this house for 22 years, and God, I said to my wife the other day, I was thinking I've been in about 10 years. She said, no, you've been here for 22 years. I mean, it's terrible, isn't it, really? I mean, compared to Narada Muni. But anyway, such is life. We did some Krishna conscious stuff in the house anyway, so it's okay. But anyway, the point is, which I'm going to bring up here, you would listen to this argument that Prajapati Daksha gives, and I think you will sympathize with his argument. This is the argument he gives to Narada Muni. This is in connection with this verse, which says human form of life is meant for cultivation of knowledge and so on and so forth, as we read here. Anyway, he says, material enjoyment is indeed the cause of all unhappiness, but, Prajapati Daksha says, one cannot give it up unless one has personally experienced how much suffering it is. Therefore, one should be allowed to remain in so-called material enjoyment, where simultaneously advancing in knowledge to experience the misery of this false material happiness. Then, without help from others, one will find material enjoyment distasteful. Those whose minds are changed by others do not become as renounced as those who have personal experience. I mean, that's a pretty good argument, don't you think? Would you not agree with Prajapati Daksha here? So, whose side are you on, Narada Muni's or Prajapati Daksha?
We want to hear Narada's answer.
But Narada is very humble. He didn't even give much, he just accepted the curse. But here's the essence. Prabhupada gives the answer in his purport. It's very interesting. He gives the answer to this. And actually, when because what anyone like to say what's wrong with this argument? Radha Sangha Prabhu.
First-class person learns just by hearing.
Yeah.
Second-class person is by experiencing, or third-class person even after experiencing doesn't learn.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Radha Sangha says the first-class person here, he learns by hearing, second-class person by experience, and the third-class person. So basically, in this point, what Prajapati Daksha is saying, indicating here, is that the second-class person, as you just said, will learn. But I think what you're indicating here is not necessarily that everyone is a second-class person. In fact, in material world, in this Western world life, Prabhupada says people are 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th class men. So they'll never learn. And that's what Prabhupada says in the purport, actually. He says, in answer to this, he defeats this argument by saying, and if you analyze it, it's true, that can you see older people giving up material life? Okay? which ones do you see who are not connected to Vedic culture in serious ways giving up? They don't give up material life. In fact, they become more and more and more entangled in material life. So even if you're old like me, you still, you got your children, and you got your grandchildren, and you got the great-grandchildren, you still got your empire going, you still got your whole, you're so implicated, and also you may well think, oh, I'm so old now, I wish I was young again. Look at these young people enjoying so wonderfully. So these subtle things are implicating you further and further and further. And in your next life, automatically, because you're thinking that way, Krishna has to facilitate you. You want that? Okay, here you go again. So Prabhupada says in the purport, and this is the key thing, he says, what did he say? This is what he says. The young boys and girls of the Krishna consciousness movement have given up the spirit of material enjoyment, not because of practice, but by the mercy of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his servants. That is how you give up. By the association of a sadhu who can teach us these things and give us a higher taste. That's why, therefore, that verse is there. Vishaya vinivatine nirharashadehana rasavajam vashapiyasha, you know that. Param drishpanavatite. By experiencing higher taste, you can give up lower taste. So this is the point here. So this business of trying to exist in this material world, looking for enjoyment, it will not be given up unless you can associate with the sadhus. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his song Jai Gaura Mudha Svare, he says, you are bound up in a network of Maya. Bound up. You're forced to act in this way by the modes of nature. But now you have attained full consciousness in the human form of life. Simply chant the names Radha Madhava. And in his Gopinath song, he also says, oh my Lord the Gopis, please hear my request. I'm a wicked materialist, always addicted to worldly desires, no good qualities do I. So this idea of descent is required. So we are fortunate to have Krishna in our hearts. He is the one who is ultimately assisting us, giving us this type of intelligence, but we need to be very good yogis. Yoga. Yoginam apisavasham makatina manaha shwadavan, isn't it? Bhajate, yeah. Do my bhajan. Those who do my bhajan think of me. They are the greatest yogis. So, yoginam apisavanam bhajatam pribhavagam. So those, now, this is the thing, and if you look at the example of Arjun, when he wanted Draupadi as his wife, he had to undergo the austerity, and then I think he had to put an arrow in the eye of a fish. So Prabhupada gives the analogy in that story how his mind was totally fixed and only fixed on the eye. So in our life we have to try to cultivate this type of inner consciousness. But we are being misled. We are being misled by so many demons. And we have to be very careful that we practice yoga properly. And Patanjali describes yoga. I've made some notes here. Nimrodha means to annihilate unwanted things. Vritti, through ways of mental modification, accepting and rejection. You have to understand how your mind is accepting and rejecting. You have to annihilate unwanted things. And you have to fix your mind. It's called ekraha, to fix the mind in one point. For us, that means Krishna Leela. So we should not waste time finding fault with this, that, and the other, and being influenced by the modes of nature, but we should be seriously practicing yoga by chanting Hare Krishna and by engaging in services in two ways. ultimately to link ourselves with the mission of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to hear and chant about Krishna Leela. Without hearing and chanting about Krishna's Leela, we will not be able to gain the higher taste. Because it's not easy to understand Krishna, isn't it? Avajanti mamudha manasind. I'm not available. Avyaktivati mortina. I have come, but those who, some thinkers think that I am impersonal, I have become this form. So avajanti mamudha. I am not manifest as such fools. So it's not so easy to understand Krishna in his two-handed form when he descends in his human form. Sometimes it is given in the Vedas, isn't it? Krishna, human form. Why did they say human form, human-like form? Because sometimes it's said quite often in the scripture, Krishna is human-like form. What do you think, Srinivas? Why human-like? Why does they give this comparison? Yeah, but it's like a human type form. He has two arms. He has beautiful face. He has beautiful hair. He wears a Vajanti garland. He has yellow. Yeah, but why not in a four-armed form or some kind of, I don't know. Why human-like form? This is. Yes, this is another point that the universal form. So what I'm saying is that it is a little difficult for us to comprehend Krishna in his two-armed form, and in the sense that he's relating. He appears to be doing very similar things that we're doing in this life, isn't it? Do you think so? He appears to be doing the same thing. He's got his friends. He has his lovers, he has his mother. So why? What is couldn't he just be, like for instance on the Vaikuntha planets, there's not so much intimate relationships going on, but there's this sense of great awe and reverence to divinity, and there's a certain ras in that. So why should we be necessarily attracted to this form of Krishna who comes before us? For instance, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, he's the great philosopher. In the Mahabharata, he leaves that Vrindavan. He goes off and does these wonderful activities. So this is actually our acharyas analyze all these things. The activities of Krishna in the Mahabharata, in Dwarka and in Mathura, as opposed to him in Vrindavan. These different aspects of Krishna's personality are analyzed very deeply, and the Acharyas, Vishwanath Chakravarti Maharaj, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Rupa Goswami particularly, and the Goswamis analyze all these things as to why we should be so attracted to such a form. And ultimately, yes, Prabhu, I can say ultimately it's due to sweetness. It is madhurya, the sweetness of them form. But if you haven't got, if you don't like sweetness, if you like something more or reverential, that's okay. If that's what you want, isn't it? Isn't it? So this two-handed form of Krishna who comes before us in Vrindavan is exhibiting these greatest sweetness of personality. But these things are a little difficult for, therefore Krishna says, I am not man. It's not so easy to enter into that sweetness. And it's not so easy to understand. But on the other hand, analyzing psychology and analyzing relationships in this world, we can compare. And therefore, this is said to be a reflection of the spiritual world. in so many different ways, this particular life we lead. Anyways, getting on now, I just want to finish off by saying that in regards to these verses, how we are influenced by so many people, we have to be very careful, because we ourselves are being influenced in so many different ways through modern societies, through modern technologies, and the demons are working in incredibly intelligent ways. And recently there was one Indian professor who gave a talk on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence machines are operating everywhere, deeply within every single system of the world, and they're influencing people's minds in so many different ways to make certain choices. They collect data and they analyze that data, stick it into their machines, and it appears, at least, that intelligent design, artificial intelligence is a combination of lots of demons' intelligence. They run it into computers, but then the computers themselves begin to become almost independent of them, and they're the ones that are making the choices. So this gentleman was saying that in India and in Vedic culture, really what we need to do is to have Brahmins who are setting such artificial intelligence. They're the ones that should be operating this type of machine to prompt people to act in the proper way. But the demons prompt people to act in these ways that make people enjoy their mind and senses more and more and more and more and more. So the artificial intelligence of the Vedic Brahmins would be, they wouldn't influence people that way. Rather, they'd have perhaps an influence in other ways. So it's quite interesting how this goes down to the administration of society, how it's being carried out by demons in so many different levels, and how we need to analyze what them levels are, how they're working, how they're influencing, and how we need to stop their influence. So so-called free market economies, so-called freedom of democracy, no, there is no freedom. We are being forced to act in certain ways. We are being manipulated politically, economically, and Prabhupada says all this in this purport, how this modern life is supposed to be increasing the qualities of life, but actually it's decreasing qualities of life, causing more and more anxiety, more and more pain. Look at the state of the world. There's wars everywhere, the environment is collapsing, and so on and so forth. Therefore, we really desperately need Brahminical men to, not just to chant Hare Krishna in temples, that's okay, but we need to influence society worldwide. Okay, thank you very much for hearing me out today. Thank you for your association. And any comments or questions on this discussion at this point?
Babu, you said early in the class that we will constantly, when we meet people, we have like and dislike, and we have to bypass that. Is that did you mean in preaching or in devotee association?
I think it's everything, because in preaching as well, and but generally in everything we meet, because in Brahman conscious, Brahma Bhuta Pasanatma, we're supposed to be equal-minded, and we have to see people equally, that they are in knowledge that this person is acting and thinking in this way, but actually he's conditioned. But we should have sympathy and compassion for them, and not place them in boxes necessarily, but even among ourselves as well, because everyone's devotees are at different levels of their development, and we're going up and down. Sometimes we're influenced by this, sometimes we're influenced by that, and so on and so forth. So we have to be compassionate amongst ourselves, not judgmental among ourselves like that. And in that way we will remain peaceful and not affected. Otherwise we can get into so many issues and so on and so forth, and it can disturb our consciousness. So yeah, in preaching in every way, we should remain cool, calm and collected if we can. But it's not an easy thing to do because we are influenced by our passions. But at the same time, passions are good, aren't they? If you don't have passions, then nothing gets done. And Prabhupada was very passionate about spreading Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada Bhaktivedanta said, those who have life, they can preach. So even in our attempts and our enthusiasm, we might make mistakes or become overly influenced by certain moods and so on and so forth. That doesn't matter. We should tolerate each other, basically, and yeah, like that. Yes, the platform of Brahmabhuta Pasanatmana Suchati, someone who is very calm, not really affected, by things, like Prabhupada was like that. But sometimes he was very angry, of course, but in connection with services like that. Any other points?
On that last point about the manipulation of society and all that, I saw some things that they're trying to use computers and artificial intelligence to predict people's behavior.
Yes.
Or they're trying to predict the weather. And they got right into certain things and they got it completely wrong.
Yeah. Well,
the people reacted completely differently to how they, expected.
That's a very good point, Prabhu. Yes, and the fact is they can, like I was trying to say earlier, they can try to control and predict us, but we got our own individuality. It's like free will, we have free will. They think they know how, but they don't realize how we are changing, and our psyche depends on our spiritual searches, depends on our modes of nature. They're hoping everyone stays in ignorance and passion because that's a good mode. But like you just rightly pointed out, the people are changing, like veganism. In fact, there was one lady who's just started a brewery, of all things, called Nirvana Brewery. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. Nirvana Brewery. It's a brewery made of non-alcoholic drinks. That's pretty amazing. This is the time. And I shouldn't say the word Mac, whatever you call them, but they're even they're producing vegetarian alternatives to what they sell. I mean, So, yes, they try to influence because they keep pushing their messages and they collect data for that should work, this should work. Same on the stock markets. Well, they think that this stock should do well because of this trend, that trend. But the thing is, the guys in charge, they're the ones that are setting the trends. Therefore, they manipulate society. They've got millions of pounds to invest, and they'll manipulate through the dark web and through communications that this stock will rise next week because we'll say this, give this message and that message to the right people, and therefore these people will buy these stocks, and when these people buy these stocks, the stock market will rise. So let's invest here. So this is going on. And millions of pounds are being made just at a stroke of pushing a button. And it's all corrupt because it's basically based on someone losing money. And anyone who's acting in these ways will ultimately pay for it in the long run because in Manu's law, we were discussing before, Manu's law is already set. The laws of nature are set in certain ways. You cannot exploit anyone. You take any energy from anyone or anything that you shouldn't really be taking with someone, you have to pay for that. That's the way Krishna's got it set up. So yes.
So just last point, from me anyway, last point, change the subject. You're talking about Krishna, and in the Chaitanya Charitamrita it says that Lord Narayan is complete, Dwakadish Krishna is more complete, and Krishna Vrindavan is most complete.
Yes, that's a nice point to finish up on. This is why we want to. He's most complete because he is full of rasa, isn't it? Full of sweetness, full of beauty, full of artistry, 64 excellence of Krishna. This is the thing, you can be in Dwarka, it's very nice, Krishna's acting nice with his family and so forth. He's got his huge palaces, and this is brought out when he went to Kurukshetra, right? when he went to Kurukshetra, the gopis immediately, they saw the horses and they saw the path. They thought, we want to bring you back under the, was it Revati tree? Was it, the first?
Reva Rotasi.
Yeah, under the Revati. And where the sweet breezes of the Jamuna are blowing with the lotus smelling of all these things. He wanted this perfect playground of love, perfect playground for beauty and sweetness. These are all, this is the most complete, yes. Jai Shri Prabhupada Jagat Guru Sevindava Ki Jai, Gauri Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai.
Jai.
Shri Sukadeva Prabhu Ki Jai.
Yeah, that sweetness, for that sweetness. Sweetness, beauty, dedicated devotion. No separate interest.
Yes, thank you.
20 years younger than I am.
50. No, he's actually 51.
He's quite old. No, I'm 52. It's all dependent, I guess.
I'm a Krishna, left body 4 years after.